Already 24 hours played. This I did yesterday. We took a seat on a ship. Mm-hmm. Yeah, not yet doing that. Do we shoot the bell or how you can actually do this? For takedowns. For that you need a weapon. Which actually has the ability. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, I am not running the game. Game ready. NVIDIA Studio. NVIDIA's drive. I'm running Studio driver. Just making sure that the sounds are okay. Yes, my volume is there. Hopefully I'm not too loud. Where was the game itself? There. Okay. What's happening? Let's jump in. Nothing is true. Yeah, I've had this same quest here for last 3 streams. Because I haven't been doing any main questing. But this time I'm actually kind of forced. Our ship is almost maxed. Just missing the ultimate plans for everything. I heard you do need to do main questing for those. So let's jump in. I did take. I've now taken 4 forts. Yes. We have some. Hi Natalie, how you doing today? Have you thought about being a pirate? Is that something you would like to be? How's your summer going? I still have 2 weeks of work until I can have my small vacation. Only 3 weeks. I have like 8 weeks total amount of vacation days. I'm personally not able to do them. Or have them at the same time. I'll be good. I'll be the pirate. And I've also started the Kingdom Come Deliverance too. That's been a lot of fun. Have you been playing White Rift at all? I could say that like it has not changed. Like, what's the flash there from the enemy jungle? It's good. Many have quit the game because it is kind of dead. Well, what they are doing is just add more and more skins. I got 4 out of 12 of those. Good to know. Mhm. Venice. Really? Yeah, it's been a while. If that is true. In October last year. Then before that, on my birthday stream. Time flies. That is a long time. You played White Rift sometimes with the boyfriend, but more League and Stardew Valley on PC. How are you feeling about Subnautica 2? It actually has been a lot of fun. Like, I have access to so many different games since I've had the PC. So yeah, White Rift still only on Mondays. Or still, it's running on Mondays, but other days, different games. First things that I did, like I actually finished this 61 hours. Last year's game of the year. Mm. I would say like nothing has changed in Wild Rift. It's still feels like you just have either bots on your team or the ADCs are just brain dead. If you are thinking of playing in a support role. So I've been playing on all roles. 1,000 hours in Stardew. Damn. I haven't even tried it. But yesterday watching this horror survival 4-player co-op. Could be fun. Why it's free. How do you feel about Palworld? I haven't played it at all. They did win the lawsuit versus Nintendo. Yeah, she just exposed herself that she has more than almost 1,000 hours in Stardew Valley. Do you have the soundtrack for the game itself? But yeah, it's definitely a long time. We just checked Lan. Her previous messages before this was from October last year. But I'm glad she's back. It's a good game. Uh, Surely, like, weren't so many people like playing this during the COVID? I just, I didn't have a PC back then. EA saying EA things. It definitely feels like relaxing. But I mostly want from games is some, well, a good story, challenge. Yeah, I don't like. There's other game. What was it? Maybe it's similar in similar games. Was it Valia? Hmm. There's the Hello Kitty Island Adventure. How many of you remember that Laurel actually streamed it? No, not Terraria is more challenging than, than this. I need to jump into DMs because I was talking with a person they were playing. Found it. My time at Portia. Have you heard about this? This is like a more different, different graphics. Like if you like the Stardew Valley, I think you would like this as well. It's also chill. You get to beat the mayor, though. Welcome, Hatake, if I had not said that. Good stories. What type of story? Like the story in Clair Obscure is really good. But it's not just a story game. Both Senua's Sacrifice and Saga were nice stories. Aphelion also a nice story. Like all these 3 games are one day. Like less than 24 hours to complete. Atomfall was a nice story. But yeah, like how challenging you want the game to be, that's another thing. The Banishers Ghosts of New Eden had a nice story. Of course, if you haven't played Skyrim. The Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remaster, I just like the story of the game itself. Really, really good. Dredge, I don't know, did you see this? Well, it was a lot of fun. Doing some fishing. Okay, a lot of fishing. I'm not sure. It does show hours, 25. And to get more achievements, you would need to buy the DLCs. I did not. I have not. Good examples of more story focused. What space game? Starfield. Yeah, Mario called it Sleeper Field. Sleep Field. We don't have these 2 yet. As I was saying earlier, we are missing plans to get the last upgrades for things. Yesterday I decided to go for the beautiful white sails of Altair. It has a good story, but like I'm not sure how I feel about the replayability, like game actually forces. And of course, like this game has a nice story. But you could just be sailing on the wind. The open sea.
Which side do you reckon would have prevailed if we hadn't come upon them?
Who cares? Neither side were a match for the Jackdaw in the end.
You speak true!
Both the Red Dead Redemptions have a really nice story. Cyberpunk, of course. Witcher games, if you haven't. Second one, still playable, has a really good story. Third one is getting a new expansion. Is it next year? Me and my pet monkey. Let's see where the story is leading us this time. Sink a corrupted ship. You try that.
Give me more sail.
Here we have
Get the topsail royals down.
sea shanties.
To me, Johnny Bunker, do. Oh, to me, Johnny Bunker, the skipper is a rover. To me, Johnny Bunker, do.
But to be honest, most of the games that I played, they
He's never sober.
do have a really good story.
Bunker, do. Oh,
Like
to
with the
me,
Hades
Johnny Bunker, the
1 and
boss is
2,
a tailor.
it's not
To me, Johnny
just the
Bunker,
gameplay, the story itself is also nice.
We'll all go on a jamboree. To me, Johnny Bunker, too. Oh, to me, Johnny Bunker, the packet is a rolling. To me, Johnny Bunker, too. Oh, to me, Johnny Bunker, we're pulling
That is the
all
ship
the
I'm
gas.
supposed to
To me, Johnny Bunker, too. Oh,
Ease
to
her
me,
off.
Johnny Bunker, we'll
Run them down!
No escape.
Ease off the wind!
Are we supposed to just sink it? We can probably take the
Loose some
resources.
sail, we move!
Just the keyword, not yourself. That's good.
Reel them in, me trump!
Did you end up getting a new controller? And Natalie, always happy to see you here.
Powered by battle axe and weapon of war!
Stop it. Come on. What did you say? I said many things. Most of the games we were talking about Hades. It's like the last thing you heard. Trying to... I think I've... like improved my streaming. No, we don't need a brick. With what you want to fight? Like Dark Souls 2. I like the story. Elden Ring.
The wages of sin
Nice story.
have been paid.
Let's get going.
Do you want the bunk weapon?
Ease up.
We will claim a reward. This is like in-game battle pass. You don't need to buy. By the end of it, we could get this armor. I want to see what we have. Am I really just gonna go for the next fort? Liberate. Or this fort. That's closer.
Quite the squall picking up faster now.
I saw loot. Yeah, that's 3k. Time to throw some tomatoes for bad performance. Let them come. Lego Batman games actually not bad. Let's get some.
Let us strike these Drag them to their doom. Not one of the swamps that's put on our decks.
Like, to be honest, all of the Lego games are quite nice.
Trample the enemy.
Definitely if you like the coziness of it. I don't even need to borrow. Let's keep ourselves hidden. Have you played Kingdom Come? No, not Kingdom. Kingdom Hearts. Like Kingdom Come are really, really nice. Like I played. Now I'm playing the second one. I had 30 hours. But if you want to have like, okay, it is. I think it's chill. Some say no. Subnautica. There's some chillness. But there's the whole series of Kingdom Hearts. Do you want to play as a Goofy? Talk to Winnie the Pooh. As Sora. What the heck is Kingdom Hearts? A story about the power of friendship, the balance between light and dark, and making connections with others. Hatake, you never played this. Like, I played the originals. You are fighting against the heartless, monsters born when the darkness impeobles of world's hearts takes physical form. There will be new collection. It was a really, really nice game. Like, I was spot 11. You tried playing Don't Starve together with someone and said it was a good game, but it made no sense to be honest. You were so lost. That is a survival game in its core. So you do need to be like lighting up, having lights on when you are sleeping and finding food. Have you played Raft? We did play 3.5 hours. Because for some reason, grounded was not working. Such. Yeah, so survival games in Heart are not that cozy. Like that. This is the one I bought from the sales, Green Hell. Okay, I can say there's a lot of coziness in Valheim if you stay in the first region. In the last there is a hell no. You can't even go to the toilet. Otherwise you will come back when you are killed.
Put on some sail!
Ride the wind! It was a time to die.
1 kilometer away, Port Charlotte. Let's pick up the loot first.
The wind has us!
Why there's...
Speed, lads! Ease up!
Fort Charlotte? They say it's protected by mines. Then we better keep a lookout.
Fire!
They're targeting us! Make him back up!
Fire!
One fire.
Douse all but mains! Fire! Grab those stairs! Hold that blow! Fire! 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 Brace yourself! Fire!
Don't want to do travel politics.
Fire! Fire! Loose all, let's move! Either or! Fire! And we're gonna leak!
Water is rushing in!
Fire! Fast as you dare! Calm her down! Fire! Grace! Fire! ¡Defendemos el dúo! Fire!
We might need to capture this point.
Cruiser fire! More sail! All sail! Either or! Fire!
No! I was bombarded by 5 fortresses and the ship.
Fort Charlotte? They say it's protected by mines.
Then we better keep a lookout.
They're calling French.
That's a man of war, sir!
I want to try that. Because I need a man of war boat.
Loose some sail, we move! Get those bars free! Let's see that dock! Fire! Fire!
Welcome, Sorka. How did you do today? It is a 4-star ship. Princess of London.
Give everything she's got!
Let's try our luck.
Fire! Flotsam, sir! Looks like loot! Fire! Rowing speed! Ease off the wind! Brace for impact! Get the mains free! Hail off and miss those mains! Fire!
We made it out from the...
Fire! Brace yourself!
Or did we?
Fire! 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 Refin all tops! Reforming! All of the topsails! Fire! Tops! Gallants! Royals! Studs! Douse the royals and
We did
tops!
get her.
Race for impact! Fire! Unfold mains! Let's move! Fire! More sail! We will fire! Fire!
It's almost broken. Don't shoot back.
Fire!
Nice!
Reef the gallants!
Now other ships relax.
Stunsails! Use all the wind you can!
I need this for you. Chain for Thessaloniki. Nice.
Grappling hooks away! Let's to the prize!
I need master, no, ultimate plan stuff with our ship any further. This man of war is the biggest ship. You can see I can't even shoot it. Has swivel combat.
I can't pull that.
It's too damn hard. Oh. That's lovely. We're gonna assassinate. Okay, we'll bridge. No, I'm just jumping on.
Easy.
I'm here, fish. Here's big weapon.
Up and over.
Kind of nipped it in life.
You'll have to be quicker.
No! No, the pistols are legendary. They just are not dealing any kind of damage. The game is rigged that way. Is the Man of War still there? I think like it's up. Look, we have fully upgraded. Ammo pouch, not. Like that's how much you can do. I am, of course, playing on the hardest difficulty. The damage is 22. Where is the Man of War?
Keep a weather eye open. That's no small
it.
downpour.
Up the shrouds, lads! We sail!
It was that way.
Coming! There's sea critters to spear here!
The snow went for bad feet from us.
Let's not. You're just a schooner. So originally the Man of War was something. Let's try to find it. Great white shark. I'm not seeing any boats here. Drake Alec had actually done it for a smaller boat.
Spaniards! They've got help coming! Look ahead!
He sailed from Tallinn to Helsinki.
Our ranks swell with eager men.
Give voice, you tars!
That is about 80 kilometers.
Well, and at you,
So not for
Spanish ladies, farewell,
days.
and at you,
Fire!
for we've received orders for to sail for old England, and we may never see
rifling! These waters are well guarded, sir! Fire!
Taking care of the mines.
Fire!
Fight.
Fire! Fire! You heard the
We're in the
shorten sail! Get off the squall!
The fire!
Get the mains free! Every last scrap of duck on the wind! Fire! Fasten yourself! Fire! Fire! Fire!
Making sure for you.
Fire!
Is that a man of war? It is. Let's not get too
Let's
close.
go! Set her back! Fire! Douse the gallants and royals! Fire! Loose all! Let's move!
There we go.
Fire! Fire!
That was already destroyed.
Fire!
They do hurt a lot.
Fire! Fire!
You can't see the shots.
Trim the yards off the wind! Every last scrap of duck on the wind!
Nope. I got destroyed. Maybe we go for the man of war first. Because with that I can, like, sail around. Put them into my own fleet. I have a couple of quests for the man of war available. Just missing the boat.
Clew up the mains!
Drop anchor! Royal Navy! Man of war, sir!
Don't tell me there's another one. Oh, good.
No use wallowing about here.
weather building, Captain! Fire! Get the tops and royals down! Fire! Fire! Fast as you dare! Leave everything she's got! Take it through there!
I'm gonna grab this boat.
We're taking it!
Fire! Fire! Fire!
That's a sunken ship. Yeah, the ramming is not... how would you say? Truthful in real life. With a smaller ship trying to ram a bigger ship. Usually that ends like this. Right, what happened now? It was also the cannons that destroyed me.
Haul down! Let's luff, too!
Hit that cathead! It's a bloody Royal Navy! Frigate captain!
Why it's a 4-star? Like, all of the boats are just stronger here. They are fighting versus the Spanish. just
Up the shrouds, lads! We sail!
Storm brewing there, sir.
there's the fortress.
Let's have a song then.
Fire! Fire! Our foes patrol these waters closely, Captain. Fire!
I was just thinking that we could.
Fire!
Just a schooner. I do need to keep the speed up. Be the maneuver. Same schooner, okay?
Fire!
Look, we don't see the man of war. Just getting rid of the mines, so we see it.
On your order, Captain!
Keep the quarters! Fire!
Take evasive action!
Fire!
We can strike that,
Oh, there it is. Oh, boy.
Fire! Ease off the wind! Fire!
Okay, these are coming to help.
Run them down!
So that goes.
Faster now!
Fire! 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 Speed, lad! Fire!
Underneath these boats, the sun.
Fire! Fire!
Try to get some help. They were trying to ram us.
All tops! Goes the topsails! Fire! Tops! Gallants! Royals! Studs!
Gonna heal from this boat. Barely, right at the time we are. Let's go help there.
Keep up!
Left. Then repair. Repair is the option that I must choose.
Give me some speed! Start to the wings!
They still were able to do a lot of damage.
All in the stunsails! Fire!
Reload. Won't miss next time.
Loose and catch the wind! Fire! Fast as you dare!
No. No, I got bombarded by the fortress. Yes, you can recruit them to your fleet. I have one spot open. That's why I was trying to get the Man of War, because I need that ship. You can have your own fleet. And the fleets will be doing some missions.
The Royal Navy, sir!
Okay, now it's there.
War, sir!
Put on some sail. More sail! We need to bunch!
Let's try.
Speed, lads! Ease her off!
Just a small boat.
will carry us to the edge of the earth. Give voice, you tars! Give everything she's got!
Away from those.
Fire! Speed, lads! Fasten yourself! Run them
Yeah, we ram this spot. Heal up from this, then continue the fight towards
Pull them
the...
in with a will!
Maybe I can get a health potion. I'm missing like one. So yeah. Different ship types. For example, these schooners are doing trading. And the brigs and frigates are there to steal stuff. Man at War are reducing the risk level of the waters.
Loose and trim to! Raise your impact! Fire! 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 Fire!
This printer cannot shot they can shoot.
Fasten yourselves! Loser! Eat her sticks!
These shooting at the...
Crowd on every inch of sails! Douse the royals and tops!
sails so they can...
Fire! Fire!
Give everything she's got.
Fire works really well when we are close by. It's gonna be my boat! And not fighting next to it. They have a stronger fire.
Ship reporter, sir!
Who would have thought? And now, let's stay alive. That's where I failed last.
Keep them back!
I got 2 potions. Let's not be too greedy. It would be nice if this swivel can actually be able to destroy something. That's not good.
Missed.
Same smoke. Time to reload my weapon. We got rid of him. Nobody shooting.
You're a dead man!
It's more of a, like a stun pistol. Guys will keep on coming. All the big if I haven't taken it. Morale of the crew almost done. How were you playing it without weapons? Good job! I have my own man at war. Man of war. No lethal takedowns, basically. You can equip them and remove. It's just...
No use wallowing about here. Trim as near the wind as you dare.
Down! Man your sheets!
Let's go repair it. What are you?
Royal bloody Navy!
Another man of war.
Man of war, sir! Seems we got
Raise your voices, me drums.
We'll heave it up and away we'll go.
You want to board it now, sir?
Empty, but I don't know if I can take it. I would need to have the fort. Like, you can actually fight them. Or the forts will shoot the enemy ships. Okay. No, Batman.
He's really getting away.
if I ever get out there. These guys didn't leave me. Yeah, fleet is full, we cannot take the other man of war. Yeah, full health.
Receive eternal peace.
Now I do need to get a fast travel point. Somewhere around here. Where were it? Man of war. That's what the boat says. Let's go check on the island.
Loose some sail, we move!
What that is? Enterprise. The one I recruited was Man of War.
Full sail! Crowd it all!
This last one that I destroyed. It wasn't. It was a schooner. But I needed that to repair my boat. And the reason why I want the fast travel spot here, that we can come back here without sailing happen for like 15 minutes. We will go back to the Great Inagua and employ the man of war at use.
Set for debarking!
You don't get to
That's
choose
enough for
what ship
now.
you're gonna be using. At least I... Not yet possible if you can even... I don't really remember the original.
Need some work? No hay género mejor.
Have you business to contract with me?
So like everything is maxed. As much as you can. All I see is ultimate plans.
Another time, no doubt.
Cuide esos modales, señor.
No. Where would you buy ships? The hardware master is only selling you upgrades. Here. First
Maldito
was-
imbécil. Te has despertado allí, ¿verdad? No puedes haber bebido tanto para no recordar cómo.
Solo bebí 5 vasos. Es esa taberna. Le echan algo a la cerveza.
Siempre vienes con las mismas excusas. Que Dios me castigue por casarme con
5
un
drinks, you say?
I'd like to try whatever he's drinking.
Really? Me and my parkour abilities. Come on. Get to the... Oh. How hard is it to get to the outside? No. Hard. Okay. Now we have the actual spot. What was it? 5 drinks.
Maldito imbécil. Te has despertado allí, ¿verdad? No puedes haber bebido tanto para no
Where was the
recordar todo.
tavern?
Solo bebí 5 vasos. Es esa taberna. Le echas agua a la
There's a song.
Siempre vienes con las mismas excusas. Dios me castigue.
¡Hey!
I'd like to try whatever he's drinking.
think about.
Hey!
Oh, we need to first make friends with locals. How to buy drinks.
You're finished! Working round to leave!
Oh, there's a good attack. One more. Yeah, we're back. 5 drinks. One. Two. We're getting a bit woozy. Are we light fight? Is this the 5th? It is.
Time to lay off the grog. That was too much.
We did get here. All for the chest. Nice. I love yoga. That will surely wake you up. Really, the only treasure. That was nice. I didn't have enough speed. $200.
¿Qué?
see. First, get up. Me and my parkouring abilities. Disappear. Well, no matter what, we will fast travel to Inagua. Put the man of war.
Getting pickled, are you?
600 bucks to move. I might be rich enough to upgrade this. The full air weapons for purchase. Legendary weapons for purchase. General store.
What can I do for you?
Might. No, there are some dual cleavers. Sword attack power is increased while health is low. Heavy slugs require a small amount of health. Later. Order of the Goat. Automatically fires a shot after each perfect touch. They have damage at 38. Golden flintlock pistols. Killing enemy with the pistol will slow time briefly. That's not a bad. They do have more damage. Oh yeah, it's range, not damage. Okay, the lightsaber blades are having the back. 30k for the weapons. Yeah, I can't afford them anymore. 2 trinkets. Shark teeth. Brutes cannot deny chain takedowns. Not bad. Loots nearby corpses and curious automatically. This I might want to get if I had enough money, but we don't.
Done. Come back anytime.
Let's see if we can.
Did you stop?
So I only have 400 though. Let's go collect our passive income. I don't remember that being there.
I believe there are other pieces to be found.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
Where did you come from?
I got 2k here. Now let's look at the fleet.
The more holds, the higher the profit.
One report. Frequent activity has increased the risk level. Yeah, this is like a way higher risk level. But for this, reduce risk level by 1 in northeast after completion. They will be dealing... Can this ship even take it? Like almost 10k. Let's assign it here. No, 20 minutes. Then we need to repair our boats a little. And yeah, for the last slot, that's 10k. $50. Hermione, I'm sending you. We of course would need to have more for those. Did we try to take that one out, or is Castello easier? Because we have some like naval contracts here. I think we go for that. Just 3-star. After this we can go for the Templar. I need those keys to get whatever that suit is.
How would you like a privateering contract?
I'll get back to you, dude. Although... Talk to me. Destroy a Spanish ship using the mortar. Oh, okay. Whole Spanish convoy. 4-star.
Pirates parading as traders. We can't let them sully our names with feigned decency.
Indeed, Captain.
Oh, there was another contract I was doing. Incapacitate the San Lorenzo without using motors. Okay.
Catch me some wind.
Get up those shrouds, let's move!
Crowd in on, all of it.
Unfurl aloft! Man your sheets!
Give voice, you tars.
Let's not shoot with the motors then. pirate ship is a bit too...
Calm her down.
It's a brig!
Up yards! Douse topmast sails!
Gallants! Haul! Haul!
All sail! Fill those sticks! Let's see how the San Lorenzo fares against the Jackdaw.
Cayman's Hunt. We're gonna take out the Veneganso first. Just so there's a less resistance against.
Careful, Captain! His waters are closely watched by our enemies. Fire!
If there's only these two, I'll take them out. Neither of them is San Lorenzo.
All in the stunsails! As much sail as you can!
Brace yourself for collision!
Ride it out.
More sail! All sail! Ease off the wind!
Okay. With the other one, we can repair our ship. But there's a freaking pivot there as well.
Loose main sails! She's right, sir. Should be board and take her.
Let's port this and then reduce.
No mercy!
Yo, heave ho! Heave!
One that's actually chasing us.
Heave!
It's the one with the red bars. Red sails. We hit it. Ah, no, not enough range.
It's pretty to watch.
I'll take it. First repair and lower the aggression or wanted level.
Give me some speed! All in the stunsails!
Crowd on every inch of sail!
Running speed! Fire! Fire!
Push it off.
I best approach with care.
Say the word and have the grapples cast to border! Prepare to board, Milska!
I remember in the OG, I was definitely taking on the big ships when there was storm. Who's left? That was a horrible way. The last one. Does this little caveman, what was it? So cool. Oh, it does have people. Let's get that.
Strong winds! Shall we take in sail?
Mains out! Trim to the wind!
Let's catch some wind, lads!
Also a Templar mission here.
Shanty! Shorten sail! Ease off the wind!
I'll go short myself.
Poor sod. Anything on him?
What we can find here.
Now
Oh,
that was
we actually
pretty.
need your heights.
Nice.
There's another. Don't shoot her, though. Run away.
Almost too easy.
It's decent.
Not what I wanted to do. Oh, we didn't actually need them. Jaguars. Let's get the viewpoint since we are next to it. Show me the secrets, island. What do we have here now? There's like another chest. Piece of map. Let's go. First see about the Templar mission. Seems like it's just a letter. Oh, it's our friend.
Opia? Oh, easy, milady. Just thought you might like some help.
Why? What is your real motive?
Your name was on a map. You may have sold it to a nest of Templars in error. We all make mistakes.
Typical. Twist a Templar blade to our back to play safer to our face.
Look, I'll level with you, lass. I'm also looking for a key.
We need
figure
2 more keys.
I help you. You let me keep the key if it turns up. Right. You're offended. I'll go.
Wait, I could use the help. Come.
Lead on, then.
A jaguar that roams these parts is a man-eater. Villages on the nearby islands have been living in terror for months. Some say it will dig open thatch roofs if it hears the sound of a crying child inside.
Jesus.
European hunters come now to try their luck in the hero, but they underestimate its power and ferocity. We must put an end to this madness.
This creature. You were right.
A hunter's bullet shatters some of his teeth. The white jaguar turns to easier prey out of necessity. It is to be pitied.
We best search well. All this blood. How large is the beast?
Its lair is ahead. Stay sharp. What else can you find?
Loot.
I found deep claw marks on the side of a tree. The animal is close.
What they say is true. It is here. And it is alarming. The hunters try to cage the beast. Fools. Come. It's gone this way.
Shouldn't we be sneaking, not just walking?
Whoa!
One of the hunters. This cat toys with us.
Is the cat gonna drop our bodies?
The path splits.
I'll take the one on the right.
Fine.
I am ready, man-eater.
I think I have already killed one fighter. Yes. Roxy, appreciate it. 50 streak is huge.
The white jaguar. A fine catch. You have more than proven yourself.
How you
We
do
accept your
today?
help.
With what?
Look,
That's my
Frigate.
boat.
Why? Is there anything out there but fish?
No, those are your Templars. You have a ship and a paleface, vessel and passport. Meet us at Gran Cayman to help us investigate.
All right. First.
Might have left something behind.
Treasure map.
No treasure. Fine by me.
Did I swim this or dive this one? I guess they'll take it. And we have other things. Let's be full health.
Oh, that was nice. Good.
Look at the giant turtle.
Another letter tucked into.
But whose? Is this a man who has been telling us about Observatory? The Assassin. Lost as I was in my reverie, I failed to see the envelope slip beneath the door to my bedchamber. It read thus: Dear sir, forgive the alarm I must have raised with my theories, but you have the exact likeness of a man my colleagues and I have. Allow me an audience, and I will explain. Your friend, Logan Lewis. I pondered this letter for some time that evening, wondering what it could mean that I had the exact likeness of a man and why it should raise so much intrigue. I wondered at this for hours, pacing about the room with a mind to slip from my chamber. In a sudden I heard a rapid succession of reports from pistols and rifles outside the window garden. My ear it sounded as if a war had begun. A naked bystander at its center. I dropped to my knees and hid on the far side of my bed, away from the window, and shut my eyes. As I did this, a voice called out to me from my chamber door. Mr. Governor, it said. I raised my head and opened my eyes, and there saw a figure entering the garden. Wood and rock in dusky cyan, the man lifted a small pipe to his lips and I felt a sting upon my neck, as if from a mosquito. I opened my mouth to protest, but there was a wave of fatigue. I fell fast asleep. Oh, we still get that. Kavanaugh. I don't think we have met that. Let's see. Will we ever meet it? Yes, I'm not interested.
There's something on the cliff.
we get that? In Ree's note, prepares me for a lost cause. Our ship struck rocks on the west side of this hellish island and went down, so we barely got into. All our smugglings went down with it. First night here, leaving kept white as a ghost. I escaped, but with no food or water, if the cat didn't make the sun. It won't be long now. Whoever finds this, get off this damned island while you still have your weapons.
So it was his cargo I stumbled upon.
Wonder. Okay, that's how we could have just go down. Get the treasure. I'm on another mission, 1400. I got sidetracked. I thought the enemies San Lorenzo would be here, but it was just too close. Hello all.
Storm brewing there, sir. Unreef the mains.
Jump the halyard!
Full sail! Crowd it all! We're sailing large now! Give everything she's got!
Says I, old man, your horse will die. And we say so, and we know so. And if he dies, we'll stand his side. Oh, poor old man. And if he don't, I'll ride him.
Get the ship I'm looking for.
And we know so, and I'll ride him until...
The San Lorenzo. We've got you now.
So yes, we cannot use mortars.
Set her back!
I need a fire coming! Fresh meat here, sir! Harpoon!
Let's have a song then.
Look at the whale!
Clear out!
Fire, sir! Fire! Rain! Fire! 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 Keep the tables there, too! Loose all, let's move! Loose topsails, gallants and royals! Ease the mains off the wind!
We will harpoon later.
Ain't a word to that flight grapple, sir!
Fire! Step on their ship! Bring them in for a steely kiss! Any who set foot here die!
One for me. Don't you dare to turn your back on. Oh, there's a couple of more guys.
That was class.
I need more remedies. How much was the trinket? Was it 7k? So I could have auto loot. I think it was 7k.
The mighty sailor, as in so many Spanish tales, was taller in the telling. Unlash the
Let's try the
harpoons.
way. Maybe we have enough.
It's weakening! He's off! Ha! No! Damn it!
That did not deal many damage. Or much damage.
Where is it?
It is coming for...
It's gunning for us! Sea Dog's hit!
Haha! Look how much the boat lost health. Yeah.
I don't see it! There he is! Larboard bow! He don't like that! Here we go! Watch it! The tail! The beast is hurt!
We need better equipment for this. We tried.
Won't get away next time.
Put on some sail. Loose and trim tight. Ride the wind.
What is the question mark?
Give us a song, lads.
Frigates there! Fast as you dare! Calm her down!
Fortune beckons!
Storm is coming. There's like a Mayan temple.
Up yards! Douse topmast sails!
Reality is so...
All sail! Fill those sticks!
Thunder!
Trim off! Bring in the stunsail!
So close of getting electric here.
Stunsail! Use all the wind you can! Haul up the royal!
From off the window, boys! Ease her!
Full sail! Crowded oar!
Now definitely need to be doing zigzagging. Zeus. Just the island.
Spanish outside! Schooner by the rigging! Give everything she's got!
Way up, she rises.
Jesus.
Fast as you dare.
Early in the morning. What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? Early in the morning. Way up he rises.
Let's come back.
Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him. Early in the morning.
These are off.
Way up she rises. Way up she rises. Way up she rises. Early in the morning. Put him in the brig until he's sober. Put him in the brig until he's sober. Put him in the brig until he's sober.
I guess those are supposed to be our allies.
Way up he rises. Way up he rises. Way up she rises. Early in the
Damn, it's so foggy. We don't have a fog horn.
We're catching the wind now. Looks like a frigate. Fire! Clew up the foremast main. Ease the spanker. Hold down. Strike Cat, do you hear the news?
We are too close.
Fire!
Get him, you scum!
Wasn't that the Spanish ship?
Get them aloft, let's go! Fire! Ready barrels! Fire! Loose all and trims on to the wind!
I swear that was like a mortar hit.
Fire! Fire! Give everything she's got! Ease her off! They're fighting
Water is rushing in!
Okay, now it's
Reef the topsails and gallants!
with this we can repair our boat.
Catch me some wind! They're aloft! Do not leave them muzzled! Grapples ready, Captain! Just say the word! Grappling hooks away! Let's to the prize! Keep them back! Hold down!
Now on my battle axe and weapon of war!
¡Puedo darle!
Where I'm being shot at.
Not quite. Now that was pretty.
3-0. It is a frigate. I think I want to repair. We are a bit broken.
Well, if you're an honest trader, you can't complain when you sink like one, eh, lads? Stunstows! Use all the wind you can!
Serranilla.
Give us a shanty!
Falcon Blanca. They are fighting against each other.
Reef the gallants!
We let them fight. And then we take one of them.
Get them aloft and furling!
Lay the train, boys!
Loose some sail, we move!
There's some alloy. Are we gonna shoot both?
More sail! We need to bunch!
Side cannons. Oh, they just sank this.
Trim the yards off the wind! Fire! Train! Fire! Every last scrap of duck on the wind! Fire!
Range!
More sail! All sail!
No! Not fast enough.
Seems to be alone, sir. Abaft, sir.
Okay. This is the island we are asked to go. Templar hunt continues.
Unreef the mains!
Belay the topsail halyards!
Crowd in on, all of it!
Yeah, somehow these frigates are like 4-star.
Give us a song, lads.
Weather in the lee. Go high.
Ease her off! Faster now!
Ram them!
Douse all but me!
Yeah, this first illusion.
You want to board her now, sir?
Yes, we do. What the?
Pull! Reel the lovers in!
Keep them off our decks!
No mercy!
Sometimes I have some kind of ache. The rope is really useful. I like that rope. It actually does deal a little bit of damage as well. Is there still one used? Do I have civic key? So I can buy the new trinket. Let's just get a full repair.
Up the shrouds, lads! We sail!
Then it was a time to die.
Let's have a song then. Loose and trim tight, ride the wind!
Oh, as I was going to dock, was on a market day. I met the finest ram, sir, that ever was fed upon a. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. This ram and I got drunk, sir, as drunk could be. And when we sobered up, sir, we were far away at it.
Set her back!
It's a lie, lie, lie.
It's wonderful, the ram, sir, was playful as a kid. It's one of the captain's boys.
Reef main, douse topsails! Alright, leave off, Jack.
Edward, over here.
Let's be
Wait, I could
friends.
use the help. Come.
Lead on then. Opia,
That's the way.
and how are we today?
Surprised. We did not think you would keep your word. Tell us, why do you expect to find your magic key here?
It holds an irresistible attraction to Templars, if that is who bought these ships.
We don't know what the Templars could want here. These people lead simple fishing lives.
Or perhaps not so simple. I'll go and have a mingle, see what we can find out.
Si algo sale mal... Bueno.
Weirdness. Always bet when we have the opportunity.
Come here, you.
Dog shadows. Hey, let's bet the cat as well.
You be good now.
The Templar presence. I like too many markers on. Yes.
Good lord.
The King of Fishermen. They say he has powerful friends.
They definitely
You
didn't
can
see
ask him yourself. He's in the back, boasting as usual.
I should like to meet these powerful friends.
King of Fishermen. Nope.
I'm actually starting to like the texture.
Cuidado, señor. Podría haberme hecho daño.
There's a lot of cool stuff up there. Oh, fell, by the way.
Algo de prudencia no estaría de más, ¿no crees?
Your old catch? You must have made a fortune.
I did. But you know, this is exactly why they call me the King of Fishermen.
Who calls you that?
Oh, don't be jealous.
Jealous? I'm not jealous.
I'll show you the bill of sale if you like. Senorita Marquez's right-hand man, Vargas, signed it himself. She's using his home as her headquarters. I even met her there when I delivered the fish.
You see? Alvin is practically nobility now.
A noble fisherman? Indeed.
I'll have that bill of sale.
Try this!
Pickpocketing unsuccessful.
Obia will want to see this.
Looting. Okay, and over here we saw.
¿Qué les ha dado a esos?
Come, come, come. Which way are you gonna go? He was first.
¡Venga pues!
Not good enough!
Dude, he is ready to... almost killed himself. Why he is like throwing bombs when he's right next to him. Yeah. Doesn't make too much sense. Got At least not to me. What else we have? Data file. What's that? Oh. By the looks of it, yes. Oh, there's a chest far away. We got it, Captain Kid. Over the chest. Well hidden. But I'm not that scary. Why, at least you look. Okay, let's tell about a bit of Sega. Upstairs.
That is unusual.
You've returned.
Thank you.
Were you successful?
I kept overhearing this name. Marquez. Friend of yours?
Her name matches that of the man who destroyed our village. We fought and lost, but the leader did not live to enjoy his victory.
You think this woman is related?
If she is, we are not safe.
The bill of sale we stole gives the address of a man in her employ. Vargas.
I saw. I know where it is.
Let's pay the bait boy a visit. Find out what he knows.
Follow us. You must try to understand what it is at stake.
I've got some idea.
No, it's more than your key. There are those who say that Aino are already extinct. We will
So
never
many
be
hungry
extinguished.
chickens.
Our fight continues.
Hide near the entrance of Vargas' house. Oh, hey pal.
Hola!
State your business.
I hope for an audience with Señorita Marquez.
I want an audience.
What's got you so jumpy, mate? Getting winded, aren't you?
Is he gonna use a boat? Like, he just ran straight to my boat. No, there's a Spanish ship as well. No time to pet the cat.
Captain Ken.
We're coming with you! He's getting away! Hurry! Get after him!
think that was like a perfect shot.
Fast as you dare! Aim high! Shred the sails!
Okay, that didn't work.
Speed, lads! He'll wish he surrendered!
We are catching up.
Don't sink him! We need to mangle the ship intact!
Faster now!
Don't let him get away! He's getting away!
Not destroying. Just no, him. I couldn't. I think there was an achievement. No.
Out with it, lad. Where's Marquez? Why is she here?
She's already left for Juventude. Find her there if you must. Her army will teach you a lesson.
Juventud is the island of our enemies. If Lucia Marquez has gone there, it is certain we are her target.
How many enemies do you have?
When you're hunted, it sometimes seems that every stranger is an enemy. On Juventud, we have been at truce since the death of the first Marquez, but this woman could reignite our dispute if her price is high enough.
Ah, can't have that.
I take this ship. Meet me there if you still want your key.
One. Reload.
Put on some sail!
Lose the mains, half sails! Fast as you dare!
Castello de Io. There's a lot of ships.
Calm her down!
Yeah, let's forget.
We are losing the wind, Captain! Speed, lads!
What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? Heard I in the morning. Way up she rises, way up she rises, way up she rises. Heard I in the morning.
Ease her off!
Put him in the timbers with the hose pipe.
Running speed!
One quick rum. So. But it is just a break. Don't forget.
Prepare to board, Milskas! Yo, heave-ho! Heave! Heave!
Give me the swivel. Maybe he could. Second time the game crashes. Hey, there's a new update for the game. Okay. First update after the release. Way up she rises, way up she rises. No, but it is not that big update. Like less than 4 gigabytes. But yeah, what I did mention some time ago, this Ghost Recon Breakpoint probably being the only. One of the only games where I am a shooter. Mostly you don't see me aiming with the weapons that much. But yeah, second time game crashes. Yesterday was the first. Let's see about the rewards where we are. Looking at this, the game is not that long. Of course, you can sail for hours.
Up the shrouds, lads! We sail!
Blind Spanish ensign!
Faster now!
The Royal Navy! Another ship coming!
These are off!
All the bows, sir!
Give us a shanty!
At wrist. I can take you both at the same time.
Fire! Fire! Douse the royals and tops! Fire!
There's no problem.
Brace for impact! Every last scrap of duck on the wind! Fire! 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 Crowd it all on! Fire! Fire! Fire!
First, let's board this. Yeah, I need to go for the trinket that will auto look a bit. Where is the other boat? Not too far off.
Names out, trim to the wind.
May they receive eternal peace.
Full sail! Crowd it all! We must tread lightly. These waters are well guarded. Reef the gallants!
Grapples ready, Captain. Just say the word.
Let's board.
Our forces are now march. Grappling hooks away. Let's to the prize.
Oh, oh, there it is. I think that's such a nice way to dethrone. Now very verbal.
Unreef the mains. Fast as you dare.
It's on the other side of the island.
Hey! We'll heave him up and away we'll go. We'll heave him up and away we'll go. We're all bound over the mountain. We'll heave him up from down below. Wavy Susiana, for that is where the cocks do crow.
Ease up! Fire! Watched by our enemies. Fire!
Looks to be a frigate! Spaniards!
Sir, to full! Fire!
We are boarding this boat.
Keep them off our deck!
Okay, that's good. Nice try, man. Unfortunately, it was stopped it off. Little shoot. Let's get the lock. Now we have the other.
All sails! She'll take it! Douse all but main! I'm the head mirror! You will back us apart! Fire! Ready powder barrels! Fire! Fire, you bastard! Fire in yourself! Fire! 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 Get the main race for impact! Tops! Gallants! Royals! Start! Douse the gallants and royals! Brace yourself!
Gotta give it to them. They really tried.
Fire! Fire! Blaze! Yo,
We do need to board this boat as well.
Heave!
I don't think we can shoot with the swivel here. This is a man of war boat. Oh no no no. No, you didn't give me health.
Up and over!
I want health. Oh. One remedy. Let's get the logbooks as well. But it was Spanish man of war.
Fire! Fasten yourselves! Fire! Unfurl mains! Let's move!
Oh! I gotta say, they had a nice ambush here. Almost worked.
Drag them to their doom!
Let us strike these devils down!
Keep them back! Now on my battle axe and weapon of war!
Still no remedy. We're out of ammo. It is a bit of a spooky. Need to get our hands on the last. Pieces. I do not remember what was the animal like.
Catch me some wind.
They are lost on the floor, come on!
Get the tops and royals down!
The wind is shifting, Captain!
So we first have a look at the Mayan temple. Maybe Lady will take us further in.
Are you ready? Marcus must die.
I like the words. Oh, maybe it's toilet though. Hopefully they are not trying to walk too far.
It has been a lifetime since we were here. This jungle is still thick with vines and trickery. Marcus will use this to her advantage.
But we know she's here. She doesn't expect us.
We must find her, draw her out, and put a final end to her. Step lightly.
Ay. Next route is this. Obvio.
Cuidado. Márquez espera problemas.
Welcome, Claire. Riot Games is the best company. T1 lost the BLG and then they won Cam, right?
Guard on the right.
Not a problem.
They managed to break TFT Mobile as well. That has not happened too often. How it's broken? Can I get up there somehow? Not from here.
The one on the right is mine.
I'll handle his friend.
At the end of here, other people can't play games. When you load into a game, your screen starts flickering or even gets covered by like black lights. Is it all because like Mortog left? Or like he's not the owner of TFT anymore? So now there's some junior trying to be the leader and they have no idea what they are doing. Closing and reopening doesn't fix the issue, and neither does deleting the game and install it again. That sucks. It's funny that they broke White Return TFT in a week. Summer vacations happening. They left a couple of rookies to oversee things and they just patched through some changes. Man, that hurts. Like, only thing for in my work, what is happening is our claim payments, they are not working because the customer servers are not using the correct tools. Yeah, yesterday we were talking about Mario having a Vegeta hair. He didn't post a picture, so we could actually see that. I must have copied wrong link. VX Mobile. These are the freaking lows. It's been over a day since this happened on mobile. It's still not fixed. I can see other players without problems. Been having similar issues too since the update. Not exactly like this, instead everything flickers. It's straight up unplayable, sadly. Rito! So that week ago and decided to report an issue to the support on PPE. I guess it's a new feature. This is one of the issues, the other one someone commented they have, which is the screen with flickering. Shall I test it out, how it looks on me? I'm just trying to look. Well, we can always swap to this. Here starts the scariest part, the update itself. White Rift doesn't work, yes, you are getting the craziness. Both they made a new update on that game. By the way, now yesterday the Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced crashed once, and today it did it as well. Then there was an update today at least. But like, I would at least assume, like, there's more actually TFT players on mobile than for White Rift. So they will fix this faster. We are White Rift leads by a lot on mobile. Oh, okay. Maybe they are counting all the bot accounts as well. But that is true. Most of the TFT players are on PC. But like just TFT numbers to... the White Rift. That's 5 years ago. Well, let's see. Normal match. Where did you see? Oh yeah, my armor. Yes. I put 100 euros into the game last year somewhere. $5. Yeah, but like there hasn't been good skins. Okay, we found a match. Really, 4.5 million, but that's like whole servers. TFT has 30 million. But that's PC users. So far, so good. Ribbon chippies, man, that's nasty. When will the bug happen? Primordial. Who else are? As soon as Creep Run starts, it flickers and you can't play.
One jump ahead of you. I'll savor this.
You are rogue as well. Roller.
Oh, that was fun.
Two lesser champion duplicators and 5 gold. When the black hole consumes enemies, it turns them into space matter. No. I'll try the first disco.
So hungry.
Okay, who do we want the first 3-star? Some tankiness. Probably better. Yeah, it was a Dark Star augment. Well, you saw my shop. Or earlier shops. Here I would put in the Cho'Gath the Lizard. Now, since I haven't played TFT in a couple of months, I'll get first place. That's a half hour. Just to see that I'm one of the few who's not getting the bug. There was chinks on previews. More front line. Replicator. Oh, Cho'Gath did get us stuck. Waiting for that. I'm not sure if I want to play that far. Get a free choke.
My eyes are open.
One more Rek'Sai and I get. I could actually have him there. Which. Get him to 3-star. Yeah, I just queued and it happened again, so no fix. Really sorry. So I'm just a lucky dude. After fielding 6 non-unique trades in a player combat, can random. No. I won't.
Rejoice at your redemption!
Choketh.
Savor this.
We can have BT and IE on. No, we just need to find more of him. From the Reddits you've learned you can OTP a comp till Emerald, then it works. So looks like I need to find a comp to copy. I suggest these guys. Seems kinda strong. Let's give some food for Shortcut. Dude's building how many? It's on the fire caves. Oh, I will lose this match. The amount of freaking Sound of Fire Caves was too much. Unlockable units for next set. How do you feel that?
Let's finish this quickly.
Like, I actually haven't minded that. It's been... But... It is a cool mechanic, yeah. Shucks. The Titans. Do I want to go with 4 brawlers? He has gotten some. Not much. It made the gameplay so much different than others, that's definitely. Invader Z. Spear assaulting on states to gain a Z. After receiving a Z, you can then appear in your shop. 5 cost attack fighter that creates clones of himself. What the... I don't think I need to restart. Well, let's see. Maybe I should try to roll my units to 3-star first. You remember what the... What set does? Not a challenger. Not a dark star. Not a rogue. I think I might need to roll here. Okay, well, first 3-star.
No time to waste.
So hungry.
Kinda... What is this? Sterax? Hi Bob, how you doing? Blair is having... like TFT issue. That's why I'm like here playing a TFT match. For me it didn't happen when I logged in or went to PvP. Some people are getting black screens, flickering, icons missing, or these lines. Let's take Assasin.
My sphere of influence grows.
I want the belt. Even with the old car, the yearly checkout, it went bad. Breaks out. Oh. Sorry to hear that. Now they will ask money. A lot of money to fix it. Where's my chocolate? There. Okay, I can have Morgana as a follow later. How did I lose this? That is probably a couple of 100 heroes gone. Hopefully it's only a couple.
The time to talk is over.
Would shoying be nice? Frontline mark. Maybe it is. How many Psyches you need? 2. If I want to go for Kragas. I do not remember how this comp is supposed to be played.
Let's go.
Okay, there's the front line I really want. I suddenly have star Akali here.
Mortality is truly divine.
Yeah, I put those items on. I don't have any burn. Finally have 2 star. Bye. Red pop for who? That's what I'm like thinking. Red part definitely.
There is mischief in the stars. Also gas clouds. They smell like bugs.
Wanderer or get more critical chance. There's my Zed. Oh, he doesn't have a trait. So I'll probably need to get rid of him. 10% damage, 80% of kill damage is dealt to the nearest enemies. Let's go for the approach. And I need a sword. Where are like all my... Two cost... Two friends. I need a sword. We will make the PT for Sid.
There is mischief in the stars. Also gas clouds. They smell
40% bonus attack damage. Or is it just do the red buff? Let's give him some attack speed. But yeah, Zed needs the lifesteal so bad. Not able to go through that much. Even Shroud could be used. We were looking at, like, would I get the bug as well, but that didn't happen. Now I'm too invested and I need to win this match. Then we can go back to the... Back to the Assassin's Creed. I don't know what the Azol will give me. I was looking for a sword. There was a Belvet as well, but I can hopefully find him from the shop. Let's just get the lifesteal. You need some as well. So yeah, we were looking at the bug. Does it happen or not? When is the last time you touched TFT?
I'm on the job. So hungry. Into the dark.
Oh yeah, wasn't Morgana originally 5 costumes and now she's 4? Remember something like that. I could say that my comp is working really well. Lasted. Oh, they already lost their life. What is that? One of 3 quests to prove yourself to Aurelian. I can get a... what? Let's take that. Happily take that. Your team gains 15 attack damage and ability power. After 3 player combats, gain a completed until and after A player combats, get 1, 2, 4 non-unique traits. Let's get the gold. Do I do Sterax? I'll roll more next turn. My 5 units just disappeared. The Jinx is destroying everything. Yeah. That is not good. I need one more Belvet and then we can get him to 3. Okay. That is a twisted fate. Where's my big boy dog? Okay, this guy was weak. Probably the easiest top 4 I've had in a while, but this is not ranked.
So hungry.
Hey, we have him as 3 now.
Nowhere is safe.
Now we can push levels. Who's our challenger? I think the extra attack speed would not be bad. Yeah, definitely. Like, are we getting match versus humans here? That's always the question. Let's just go for a completed item and we'll...
The world is my feast.
More health for the boy. Then have a random chin there. I got destroyed. I did magic resist.
My kill list never gets shorter.
Should I get that? No, we got the orb. Yeah, somehow, like, it seems I have enough damage to go through these guys.
There is mischief in the stars. Also gas clouds. They smell like fun.
What is the problem? mastery in sneaking with
I'm gonna clean this galaxy from the inside out.
where did I put Pike there? Now we have some exotic speed. She will crit. Nice. Still alive. There's another. If we had.
All will know us in time.
Let us begin.
I don't think I can go for guys. My items are quite offensive, to be truthful. Oh no 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 no! That MF just melted me. No magic resists, but second place. The first one won with 100 HP. But no, there was no bug for me. Victor 3 and MF 3. Yep. Crazy. They had a free roll. I'm actually not that bad feeling. I went to 9 and didn't roll for my 4 cost units. But they also weren't like carries, they were tanks. Let's jump in. Always loot. Opia, where you at? That is a chest I can loot. I recognize them far away. Some tobacco. Oh, she's still here.
The chest should be buried back there.
¡Ya sacarse el hígado, socio!
She's probably jealous.
I know she's here. Lucia Marquez. I can feel it.
She must be hiding. Let's take some action she can't ignore.
Yes. Eliminate this man.
I don't have any bullets. That's the issue. I don't know heals though. Yeah, I was able to heal some. 5 out of 7. We are not yet the master assassin, as you can see. More of a melee fighter. Who likes to loot.
Oh, that was nice.
Likes to loot a lot. Oh, there was one guard who was trying to follow us.
The chest must be somewhere back there.
Stepping in.
Oh no.
Take them out! Corner her! Make her fight alone!
Where was she trying to...
Father was never such a coward!
please be healthy.
Alone, I am stronger than all. Help me! Is it your aim to destroy the last of my kind? Here I am! Come get me!
None of the guys have any freaking help here.
¡Ya te tenemos, Chano! Missed!
No, we have options. Oh, ho, ho. All good.
We are right here, Lucia! Waiting for you! Come out!
More
You
treasures.
cannot hide forever!
Hiding nearby, but what I saw was what I go for. Our viewpoint of this whole island. Actually made a lot of progress. Not too many deaths in this game. Or at least not today.
I've seen this place before.
There's a treasure hidden somewhere.
It
Pirate
has to be buried
first.
somewhere there.
Wish I could get some potions.
Might have left something behind. More treasure.
Treasure map.
Fine by me.
More secrets. There's one.
Marquez! There's no escape.
listo para entrar?
Confront us now, confront us later. There is no escaping either way.
You'll have to be quicker.
Come, Lucia! Is this not what you want?
First look. But is it confirmed? One Templar
No.
destroyed.
I cannot die at the ends of the Taino. My father saw such potential in these islands. Gold, industry, freedom. All of it squandered. You have not a clue how to use it. He could have brought you wealth.
You believe we wasted freedom appealing freely? You die a prisoner of your Templar moors.
Let's not argue with a dead woman.
It's a waste of time.
Here's my prize.
Key. We still need to kill one more Templar. For another key.
It is done. Lucia is no more.
Some berries to heal from.
And yet, there are still many who share her ideals.
But thanks to you, the truce still stands. I'd wager it's worth celebrating.
Perhaps we should. You have my gratitude, Kenway.
Thank you. All of these enemies just respawned. Chests missing. There's a lot of things here on the island. Let's first get these two.
¡Se te acabó lo bueno! ¡Esa bandija!
¡Ah! ¡Ahí, a por él!
¡Muerte no te salvará! ¡Te arrancaré las pelotas!
Not good enough.
He tried.
Por aquí. Now we dance.
Finally, one potion. Oh, remedy. We're just kicking. No. Okay, maybe I like take these. Fast travel and then take these. Animals to interact. Aren't I already? Okay, that is Bucky. I only had just one. How the underwater looks. It is nighttime, so it is a bit dark down here. Let's see about the Mayan temple. Mayan slate. There we go. I think I had 4 out of 12. I do not remember what do you get when you have all of them. And we got 5. Then the dose. Hey, what's the animal here? Black jaguar. We can go for that as well. Gonna we go through here, or is it through enemies?
That was class.
My first black jaguar.
Good.
Yeah, then like that's higher. Which pretty good.
The chest must be somewhere back there.
That would be really nice. My own jaguar. Look at the slate is there. Hey, there's another.
You'll have to do better than that.
They're kind of fast.
Not bad.
We got 2 pelts.
I wasn't the only one hunting here.
Food and drinks. Belly is full. Eat them. 28 up. Are you saying it's on top of this?
It has to be.
No, it's this one. Here we have a lot of different. X marks the spot. Halfway done with the Mayan slates. Yes, everything gathered. Let's get back to the boat. No, there was a treasure that the game was telling me about.
That wind's no small gale, sir. We're catching the wind now!
So some treasure map is showing the location. Our character was saying that there's a treasure back here. Yeah, the turtles are cute. Fastest way is, of course, looking at the throughout the maps. First, what is this island's name? Castillo Yagua. No, Pinos Isle. Newborn Cayman. Here. 304 and 455. 304 and 455. Four, 5, 5. It's like behind this. I'll parry. Best parrier. Parry master. Someday.
This place looks familiar. I do like buried treasure.
That is so close.
Good stuff.
3.5K ivory wheel designed limit. No, what else? What do we have? System purge. Sink the corrupted convoy. Because we go sailing. Getting rid of the convoy should be easy. We are strong. Oh, my ship is not.
Get them aloft. Let's
I
go.
kind of left it half broken here.
Give us a song, lads.
The winds are too strong! Take in some sail!
Crew up the foremast mains! More sail! We need to budge!
Paddy McGinty, Paddy Jock and Jackie too. Paddy McGinty, Paddy, Paddy, oh. Shamrock and Rose, Shamrock, Rose and Thistle.
We could take that.
Ease her off! Give everything she's got!
Just to repair the boat. And lower.
Set her back! Fast as you dare!
Bloody navy! And it's not just the one ship, Captain! Sir, to fall!
Yeah, all of these have like a more help.
Calm her down!
Let's just say they are not hurting each other too much. Which one is gonna win this fight?
The wind has us!
Fire!
I want to be part of it.
Come there, Captain! Look back!
Brace it! Fire! Fasten yourselves! Turn the kegs! Fire! As much sail as you can!
There's a freaking tornado coming as well.
He's in all tops! Our horses are no match! Pull! Reel the lubbers in!
I have to save this here. Our boat took so much damage. It's like a must. Yeah, the repair is the first thing. Another thing is to lower.
Up the shrouds, lads! We sail! Full sail! Crowded all!
Man your seats! Grab them!
Let's lower.
We are losing our fair wind, sir!
We don't care about the wind. We care about our wanted level to be. And we can really sink at least one ship.
Easy!
He had a weird target. But yes, we do need to also go back. Get a new trinket. It would be really nice if you could have 5. Or more than 2 on you. Not a possibility.
May they receive eternal.
Spaniard brig, Captain! Brig, sir!
Fire!
There was a moment of thinking.
Let out some sail! Fire! Every last scrap of duck on the wind! Fire!
Speed, lads! Ease her off!
Fire! Reef the topsails and gallants!
We let fly the grapples and board us, sir!
Prepare to board, meus gars!
Now we will repair and then with the smaller.
How, lads!
Really? Oh, I missed a big fight there. These stairs are kind of blocking. We're just watching.
It's pretty to watch.
We would totally lower it. Take so.
Mains out, trim to the wind.
We have a safe zone here. Approach to corrupted ship. Oh, did I lose the other mission? Sorry.
All right, Jack, sing.
There that the river brings down golden sand, and we're down for the ride, oh, ride, ride away, boys, away, you ride, oh.
Spanish Assasin! I got friends, sir! Ahead, sir!
Where is this corrupted ship? This is like a highway, there's so many boats. Did it disappear? No, it is still somewhere here.
Faster now!
You can keep to the coast, but we're damned if we do, and we're bound for the ride, and away, boys, away, away, you ride, oh. It's very well, I
burning ship this time. These are like timed events, these boats. You don't have long to loot chests. Sorry, whale. Almost crushed.
Ship's moored, Captain!
Enough! Thanks!
Time to loot. They added. They were not originally. No.
Ahoy, Captain.
If you stay on the boat, it just explodes and dives deep.
No use wallowing about here.
Drop anchor!
Data fragment 700. Like, they added this type of battle pass. You need to do these missions if you want to get the costume. Look how many there are. Until you get the outfit itself. And there's 3 that you can choose. Or start with. You could, of course, buy more of those fragments that you need. Like, if you just want to collect every cosmetic thing that the game offers, money is the answer for that. That is Ubisoft thing, right? There's a kid up there.
A song! Catch me some wind!
What's in front of us? Great White. We can take on that.
Stone stones! Use all the wind you can!
Ease her off! It's a fair wind today, Mr.
Some boats don't sink too well.
Fast as you dare!
Let's see. I tried humpback whale, and that just destroyed my boat. Like with two hits. But this is just a 1 star. Maybe I'm able to take it.
He's pulling, Captain! He's gone!
Any sightings?
That's one angry fish! Success!
It does a lot of damage.
Anyone hear that?
To starboard! Yes! That's right! Tire yourself out!
Now if it's gonna
Stay
jump,
sharp,
my
lads.
boat is again almost destroyed.
I don't think he likes this, Captain.
Nice one!
Yeah, I don't think we can do this.
Where are you, you bastard?
Sighted! Larboard!
Keep an eye out for that fin.
Why I feel like we need more upgrades. Otherwise, I'm shark bait.
We'll catch him some other day, sir.
We'll do so.
Give me more sail.
No. Let's go have a look about the
Get the tops and royals down.
Loose topsails, gallants and royals!
smuggler's den. What is this icon here?
Royal Navy! They got help, Captain! Sail to the starboard!
Give us a song, lads. Calm her down. Loose all, let's move! Ease her off! Fire! Fire! Fire!
I kinda need to heal.
Our cause deserve no mercy. Pull them in with a will.
By magic, stop your blood with flow!
Mercy.
My boat without even touch. How about the other version?
Mains out, let's go! Fire! Fire! Clue up foremast rig!
Jack's ready to grapple him, sir!
Prepare to board, meus caros!
Maybe I'm able to shoot this one as well without boarding it. Almost. My boat! My boat. We are fully prepared.
Loose some sail, we move! More sail, we need to budge! Speed, lads!
Give us a song, Whiskey Cherry. Always a banger.
Whiskey is the life of man. Whiskey, Johnny, oh. whiskey's the life of
Spaniard!
whiskey
Big
for
dollars,
the
sir!
Johnny
Starboard
O.
captain!
I drink whiskey when I can. Whiskey, Johnny, I'll drink it out of an old tin can. Whiskey for the Johnny O. Whiskey gave me a broken nose. Whiskey, Johnny, whiskey made me pawn my toes. Whiskey for
Why I feel like it's on the opposite side.
whiskey drove me around, kick.
We need to like go through these and then right.
Whiskey, Johnny, it was many a month when I was gone.
They're not alone, sir!
Whiskey for the Johnny O. I thought I heard the old man say, whiskey, Johnny, I'll treat my crew in a decent way. Whiskey for the Johnny O. A glass of grog for every man. Whiskey, Johnny, and a bottle for the shanty.
When is the last time you've had some whiskey? Were you singing like my sailors here?
Farewell and adieu to you Spanish ladies. Farewell and adieu to you ladies of Spain.
I think you've actually seen me
Orders for the sail for
with my last glass of
and
whiskey.
we may never see you.
Or not glass, last bottle.
We'll run
The rest of it is still there. Let's see if we can hunt this one. I don't know, the white shark. The great white was 1 star, but I still. This is a what killer whale.
Got you now, fish! Off we go!
No, I don't seem to be dealing damage, that's the problem.
Sea dogs hit!
I was gonna do 1 jump and my boat loses half of health.
Watch out! Starboard! Good hit, Cap!
Good up defense.
Stay sharp, lads!
This damage is not negotiable.
Sighted, Captain! Starboard! Got him, Captain! Here we go! Got him!
How am I supposed to? I'm just like wasting my harpoons. It's so far away.
See anything yet? Look out! Larboard! He goes like that!
We got 30 left and that's less than half, and he's gonna want that power.
Sighted, Captain! Starboard! Hang tight!
He's just way too far.
Where are you, you bastard?
Unfortunately, all of the upgrades that we can get Robo are also
He's gonna ram
ultimate
us!
clutch.
Larboard side! See that, lads?
So we need to come back for these skids.
We'll catch him some other day, sir.
Yes, we will.
Quattro ventos will carry us to the edge of the earth. Give us a shanty.
Look, I ahead, look astern, look the weather in the lee.
Do you remember what I was streaming?
And so sailed we. I see a recto in
That's really like White Cliff just made me go crazy.
Settle back.
Was it another?
Trim off! Bring in the stunsails!
San Juan. One just, one sea. Don't get stung by the jellyfish. They will make you lose some health. Where is the rope? Probably on this side. That we can go back. The entrance is somewhere down here. How does it feel that... oh, are you... No, that's not the entrance either. Just diving without being scared of... Subnautica zones. Those are the treasures, and then there's like a whole high road. Where are you, entrance? Yes, we can. Only wait. They did some updates, but like every time, whatever social media I'm using, I hear about Subnautica update. I skip it. Oh, okay, we don't get like water from those. Oh, we are close. Oh, meditates.
Hours now? What's taking so long?
I wager they're pinching some treasure for them.
Get him!
But yeah, I'm like inching to... Or itching. I do want to go back. Since there's not that much.
No, don't open it. Our buyers are not the sort to make idle threats.
Can't I even have a look?
I'm coming for you! Get him! Jesus, no!
Hey, why there's somebody shooting? Oh, he's throwing grenades. He didn't have a rifle. One said so.
Lady Luck is smiling today.
Got a fragment.
Their buyers get nothing this time.
But there's my piece. Seems we got everything. Oh, remedy shuffle. When is the last time you've seen the Pirates of the Caribbean? And do you remember how many movies there are? I would, like, really, just playing this, I might need to see the movies. Like, it's definitely been more than 10 years since I watched those. Yeah, Pirates of the Caribbean movies. Is there one or two? Let's get back here. You've seen all of them. But how many there are? 3? 4? 5 or 6? Damn! That is a lot. And now I get the ultimate.
What might you be requiring?
Like, I'm showing you here that I have all the possible upgrades. The robot armor is fully upgraded. It really doesn't feel like, because I'm getting one tapped. Harpoon needs more. Ultimate plan, ultimate plan, ultimate plan, ultimate plan, ultimate plan, more story, ultimate, 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 and ultimate.
Perhaps 'tis, but postponed.
Did you stop?
Also, like, you have sleep darts. Oh, what darts? Yeah, sleep, dart pouch, and then berserker. Since I haven't been playing too much main quest, They are still unlocked. That would make things like so much easier. Or many things.
Time ticks slowly for the idol, but it moves regardless.
Almost full. Let's see
Ships
about the ships. Fortress took some damage. Hermil took as well. Let's repair the boats. Now we can send them back. Yeah, this is like maybe too crazy to send them here. Here we have maxed risk level. Man of War goes there. I could get rid of the Assasin. Since this is only 1 star. Bad frigate. I need more Man of Wars. Now we have room to capture a couple of ships. Yeah, not able to take those. One key missing. Like, really? Look. 42% already from the story. Once this Dark Animus was a new thing. It was not on the original. I did do one of those quests. No large table.
Bernard has to be here somewhere.
Where is he? My art collector diva.
That's a trick I need to learn.
The tea, Captain Kenway. I received a new shipment from the Far East, said to be very popular in the salons of Europe. That's an unusual weapon?
But useful all the same.
I have seen
What
its
is
like
it?
before.
Are you one of them, Bernard? Have I been blind? The way you move, the things you know. I'm
He
not
must
easy to
be
surprise,
Assassin.
Bernard, but you've managed it. You are an assassin. Or were.
Well done, Captain Kenway. Yes, this house was a bureau, and I its leader.
Then you have me at an advantage. You knew me before we met.
I'm hardly unique in that. You've quite the reputation. The trail you've left reaches right across the West Indies.
Why did you stop? Surely your old life was more desirable than this.
I got old. No one can fight forever. Now I only desire peace, rest, and to live out my remaining days as caretaker to my lady's house.
I desire far more than that.
In time, what is meant for us will find us. A few more works should do this place nicely.
We got 25 out of 30. New painting. Let's have it here. Have a cup of tea and wonder about the world. Got so many swords that we can display. Four-star naval, 3-star. Yeah, on that side we actually haven't been. The island where we start the game.
I've read my share of Greek myth, Captain. That was no Hercules.
I suppose the ship is with Hades now.
No. It's with the crabs and the eels and the dirt.
As you say so.
Captain Salting himself.
So we have the fast travel location. That whole area was inaccessible.
That was class. It'll do.
We always need some bacon, right? Diamond trinket. Let's see, what is it? Oxygen trains slower while diving underwater. That's all. Now the rest of the secrets are... Look more that way. I don't think we can even get there from that place. Avoid fast travel here.
There's a grim look about this place.
How do we get up there? Here seems to be a path. A pirate's note. I won't be sad to leave this god-forsaken world. There's none that will always be and none that I miss. Except for Jenny. She were the reason I went to the account in the first place. Funny that Funny that of all things, she's what's on my mind. For a man, many times.
He'll end with only scraps to show.
He's a lady.
Could be something in those pockets. Another map, eh?
We can see for what island the treasure map is. $146,587. $146 was it? And 587. Hmm? $146,587. That's a weird place for the treasure. You like looking at the map, it could be somewhere else. What was it? I don't know why we can't just toss the rock. Whatever. Isn't that a little excessive? How do we, like, get to that side now? Swim? Oh. this way up. That you can go through. Oh, and here we do need to chop down. You want to fight?
Not today!
Your skin is mine! Let's see. There's a smaller chest here.
Another letter tucked into a bottle.
The observatory. For several days I stayed with my captor, Bahlam, asking him all manner of questions, and he asking the same of me. And all the while I wondered what fate he intended for me. At least, on the seventh day I revealed what lay ahead on my heart. What do you want from me, sir, that you keep me prisoner so? And at this, Bahlam laughed and answered, "You are no prisoner, sage. You may take your leave at any point. Only tell us where you wish to be dropped, and if it be in our power, we shall transport you there." His answer surprised, then angered me. Why then did you spirit me away with such a diabolical method? Kidnapped no less, and said he in answer, "Your master hosted a Templar and may now be one himself. Such men are not to be trusted with a prize so valuable as you. Steer clear of them, for the sake of knowledge that hides in your mind. Your dreams, your memories, and the location of a place once dear to you, the observatory." This word rang in my ears, for I had heard it before. Another memory from a time long ago. "And what do you desire of me, sir?" I asked. "Would you steal the secret buried within me too?" Bahlam smiled. "I would not shun them, but to share them is a point for you to decide. Your secrets are your own, and yours alone." Yeah, wrong. What we got here? Let's try to find that. I do need to actually think. We did find it. Treasure map led us here. No Cape Buena Vista. No, there are still like 2 songs. And a chest and a monkey. We leave this for next week. Oh, it's 26 hours and a half. Let's go spread some funny business to others. Hey, Jordan. Okay, I don't see anybody else who are streaming the same game on my follow list. Let's see what kind of vibe in Kirito's stream is. Thank you, chat. Thanks for today. I had a lot of fun. Hopefully you enjoyed as well. And tomorrow and on Saturday, we will continue with Henry. Kingdom Come Deliverance.